Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is. We get to do some puzzles today. So we get to start with this adventurous looking puzzle. This is Some Kind of Chaos by Marty Sears. So as always, we're beginning with the most voted on puzzle. I should mention, by the way, I finished up Philly. If you were hanging out when I set that was the Yajlin Philomeno that I set about a week ago. I posted that in testing, and it's gotten 2 tests, so I'll post that on LMD probably later today. No one so far has told me what difficulty they think it is, so I'll probably list it at 4 stars unless I get notification from someone else or someone suggesting otherwise. So if you have done the puzzle and you have opinions as to what difficulty I should list it at, by all means, share them. But anyway, I look forward to posting that up on LMD, and I have some ideas for the next puzzle after that. All right, so this puzzle was voted for by David, Plonktime, Russ, David, Nell, Luda, Doomdiat, and Paulfly. So first of all, this is a Sudoku, and I've actually never done Sudokus before because I've always let Tristan have them because Tristan really likes them. So in a Sudoku, you need to fill the grid with the digits from 1 through 9. However, rather than the usual rules in row n and column n, there are exactly n distinct digits. So all of these, every single one of them is the same digit, for example. We also have a chaos construction element, which is that we need to divide the grid into 9 regions, each containing 9 orthogonally connected cells. And the finished pattern of regions will have 180-degree rotational symmetry. Oh, dear God. What a horrendous rule. Circles. The digit in a circle indicates how many distinct digits appear in its region. For example, a 6 in a circle indicates that the region includes 6 distinct digits and 3 repeats. No 2 circles can contain the same digit. And finally, we have region sum lines. So region borders divide the blue lines into segments, each of which have the same sum. Each blue line must cross at least one region border. So I guess we are given very generously that there is a region border there and a region border there and a region border here. And now we have to play the what is 180 degrees rotated from this game. 180 degrees rotated from that is down here, right? I think that's that region, or that's that cell. Oh, there's one in column 8, but I've got to reflect all of these. So this one should be, this one should go over there, I think. Let's see. This one should go over there. Let's see. Okay, so have I missed all of them? Oh, I haven't gotten all of them yet. Okay, this one needs to go over there. Let's see. Do I have... Now I think I have all of the... So I can sort of start some regions because of this. This can't possibly be the same region, so that can be green. For example. Hey, AFK, how are you doing? Hey, Isabella. Okay. Yes, circles must be in different regions. So you can draw that border. And so if I can draw that border, that's saying that I can draw that border down there. Oh, okay. So the sum of this line, the sum of this region is is whatever this digit is. So therefore, I know I can draw a line there because these two digits are the same. So that line actually gets sort of mirrored down there, and so then it gets mirrored over here. And so this is a new region. It can be blue. This is a new region. Blue is a terrible choice. It can be purple. This is a region up here. It could be orange. So we've got all of that. Yeah, the blue on blue is probably not a good idea, all things considered. Okay, so let's see, are there other places where we can apply similar logic? I'm not quite sure yet. I do agree with Jay Dyer. There has to be a region which contains every one. So this digit is definitely not one. Because oh, maybe that's not true. Sorry, there's not 9 ones in the grid necessarily. We shall see. So let's see, is there anything interesting about the fact that this is at the lower right? Right, yeah. There aren't 9 ones in the grid. I mean, there might be 9 ones in the grid. Who knows? But let's see. Oh, certainly there's at least 10 ones in the grid, in fact, because the region that contains 9 distinct digits definitely contains a 1. So there are at least 10 ones in the grid. We can say with some confidence. The sort of tricky part about the region building here is that sort of my natural inclination would be to color stuff by what digit it is. But I can't color by what digit something is if I need to color regions. So do I know if this is actually split into 4 or if these two are the same? I don't think I know immediately. How exactly that is going to work. I'm wondering if I'm supposed to say something about the fact that it's rotationally symmetric and think about what region contains row 5, column 5, because that region has to have this 180-degree symmetry. So it either takes both of these, or could take both of those. So like I feel like maybe I can make some deduction by how this is intersecting with this this line. But I don't quite see it. But I feel like there's probably, because it's rotationally symmetric and this circle is in row 5, column 5, that feels very relevant to me. I do know that looking at this line, I've sort of got this kind of shape here where kind of all of this wants to be in one region, but it can't all be in one region. So I've got to keep that in mind, but I think it's going to be hard to get 3 regions onto this line. Okay, so Doug and Ron are interested in what happens if purple goes here. because if purple does not take this this cell, it would be its own region. However, it would then break immediately because if I just hypothesize this, now the sum of this is whatever that digit is. It's the same as the sum of this, but now this region is one cell. So in fact, pink takes that, so orange takes that. So yes, I agree with Ron and Doug about that. I don't think I can quite do a similar thing up here, but maybe close. Okay, so purple has to get out of here, and it can't take both of these. Is there a problem if purple takes this cell? Like that looks kind of ugly to me, but I don't think it's immediately a problem for purple to take this cell. Purple taking this cell would be much nicer, of course. Yeah, there are either one or two total digits in these cells, and I guess one digit isn't possible. So there are two total digits along this line because one digit, 5 is prime, so I can't split this up into a bunch of things of the same sum if there's only one digit. So there's two total digits along here for whatever it's worth. Okay, AFK is trying to argue that this is part of the same region as that. Because I don't quite see it because of the fact that column 2 is weird. I don't think so, Ron, because there's no reason this digit has to be the same as those. It's not that all purple cells are the same digit. Once I'm in column 2, I get an extra digit. So if this is purple, these two are the same digit, but that actually works with the sudoku rule, I think, if I'm understanding this correctly. Because these two are definitely the same digit, but that digit doesn't have to be the same as this one. So it is interesting to think in column 2, there's, I'm going to do something that you're not allowed to tell anyone that I ever did this. No mentioning this at any point, but just for my sanity, I'm going to I'm going to try and do that at least. But I'm noticing here when I think about this, these are either both A or they're exactly half A, because if these two are either both A or neither of them are A. If you think about exactly what is happening here. And this can't possibly be A, right? So this has got to be B, right? Because this cell, if it's A, it's either purple, which doesn't work, or it's not purple, which also doesn't work, right? So if I look at this, that's some other number. Now, it could be purple or it could be not, but it's definitely the other letter. And so I'm noticing that between these two, we have here either B is 3 times A, or B is so if this cell's purple, B is 3 times A, or B is double A. Those are the two options. So B is either 3 times A or double A. Oh, row 9. Right. This cell can't possibly be A. Right, because row 9 has 9 different digits. So this row is definitely B because this column only has 2 different digits. Okay, so this is definitely a B. Okay, and so if this is AABB, that definitely tells me that, in fact, that has to be purple, right? Because it's certainly not the case that A plus B is equal to B. So this is purple, and this is not purple. So there we go. So that's orange, and we can go ahead and give this a color. It can be another purple region because I kind of like purple. Okay, so B is double A. And if B is double A, if neither is purple, purple isn't 9 cells, AFK. And purple needs to be 9 total cells. So now I've got to think about this. So remember, this is either BB. Yes, it's right. No, sorry. B is double A. Right. B is double A. And so I can't put B's on here at all because the sum of this region, or the sum of this, is A. So these are actually A. Because of that. And so this is an actual border there. Because B is now double A. And so this can't be purple. And it certainly can't be red either. So this is in its own region, which may or may not be yellow. I'm going to have to try and sort of keep track of this. We'll make it yellow-green here just to remind myself that it might end up being yellow. Oh, yeah, yellow, I can't sort of draw, I can't enclose this with yellow yet. Can't actually be yellow, you're right, similarly. So purple needs to come out here. And so red needs to come out here. Okay. Right, and I can do some mirroring up here. So so that is this. Oh, and yeah, if I remember all of my sort of borders that I can actually draw in. Sorry, I don't know about that border. That means orange needs to come over at least that far. This purple needs to come over at least this far. This is its own color. And so we can get these. Which is sort of interesting. Yeah, so we can draw in some borders over there. Let's see. Now, in this row, I've already used 2 A's, and remember, oh boy, yeah, as long as we're confident every region is distinct, the last region almost assuredly has to be this one. But Anyway, in this row, we only get 2 total repeats, and we've already used one of them. So almost everything in this row is different for whatever it's worth. And in this column, actually, if you look at this column, that's the repeated digit in this column, and there's only one. So actually, everything else in this column is different for what it's worth. Oh yeah, this is its own region, right? This can't be anything that we already have. Yeah, so I think we're going to be forced to have that be a region. So I think what's about to happen. But I'm not 100% sure that I'm confident enough to say that yet. Yeah, okay, yeah. So Jay Dyer is pointing out, we know that these letters are each A or B, but A is double B. So the sum of this line, oh, except it's backwards. B is double A. B is double A, sorry. So I can't make all of these letters be A's. That's not going to work. So where is my B going to go along here? Because I can't, I think, make these both B either. So I think I have to just put a B in the middle and an A here is, I think, the only option that's possibly going to work. Am I wrong? Because I've got B as double A. I need a B along this line. I can't have 2 B's along the line. Yeah, that's never going to work, right? So I think this is a B and this is an A, and we've got a region border there and a region border there. So we have that, and then these two are in the same region. Oh, A plus B equals 3A. That is possible. You're right. Thank you. You did catch that. Yeah, so it could be A plus B equals 3A. I agree with J40. That is possible. If we divide it in 2 pieces. So Martin was asking about what is going to take this. And the point is, remember, a region can only have one circle. So it can't be this one. And remember, the only other region is here, so that doesn't take it. So it is a region we have marked, and it's not this region. So therefore, it basically has to be this region, which I think just forces that entirely because of the fact that 9 is too small to have a region enclose another region. I think that stops. How big does your grid need to be? Like 12 or something where that stops being true? Maybe a little bigger than 12 even. But anyway, the point is now in order for this to work, we now definitely need this to be yellow, and we need therefore this to be anything but yellow. So we now get the A plus A equals B line that we have always wanted in our hearts. So that mirrors over here to say that this cell is green. I know this cell isn't green, which means I know this cell isn't yellow. Oh, right. This is A. Just to make the region sum line work. This is some other color, and that color is probably purple. Let's see. Okay, so if I look at the cells that can take, or if I look at the regions that can take this cell, I think the only one that's at all plausible is green, because the only other option is red, but if this is red, the entire line is red. So this actually has to be green, which actually means that this is yellow. How many cells are in yellow now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so yellow is at 8 cells, and green is at 8 cells, for what it is worth. So then red certainly has to take this, because again, we sort of got a border issue that if I try and get anything else over to here, it's going to completely block off my purple. So red's going to take that, which means purple's going to take that. Chat has multiple arguments about what cell yellow definitely has to take. I think yellow has to take one of those two, but it's not clear to me which one it is that yellow is going to take. I do know that green is not going to take this cell for whatever it is worth. Anyway, this cell definitely has to be purple, because if it's, I mean, orange just can't get to it. Could it be red? Sorry, maybe it could be, I don't think it can be red, but maybe it is plausible. Right. If yellow takes this cell, that's the last cell in yellow, and now this region sum line says A plus A plus A equals A. So yellow can't take that cell. So yellow, in fact, does take this cell. There we go. And so green takes this cell. So we end up with that. Yeah, that was my instinct, David, was that red would have to take 2 circles, but I didn't really want to have to prove that, was my my thing, that I really did not want to do this. So yeah, so this is 1 or 2. Based on whether this is A or B. Yeah, so A is 1 or 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was looking at where this, because this needs to take a circle that definitely doesn't have an A in it. In particular, remember, only one circle contains A, so this is either a B, or sorry, no, it's not either a B or a C. Never mind, sorry, that's not how this works. Oh yeah, green is done. I just didn't sort of cross that off. I know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is 6 distinct digits at least, so this is definitely 6, 7, 8, or 9. Also, I should go ahead and draw in the border. Not that part of the border. Right. Okay, that's the sudoku trick. Dog has it. So I mentioned before, this column has a repeat here, so it gets no other repeats. But this digit has to be something that's in row 2 already, because row 2 only has A's and B's. So this can't be A, so it's definitely a B. That is a good sudoku trick. Okay. Right. This absolutely has to be red. Because if this is not red, then we have 3 of the same digit in row 9, and row 9 is not allowed to have 3 of the same digit in it. So that's red, and that's purple. So, yeah, same here. Same here. This needs to be A or B, but I can't repeat digits in column 9, so this has got to be a B. Oops. There's got to be a B. Oops, not an N. Could be an N, who knows. So that's a B. So row 2, column 4 has to be a B because circles can't repeat letters, is J40's point. And so it's A or B, but it's not A, so it's B. So this circle, if we want, we could honor it with being C. Sure, I'll go ahead and do that because I'll just make that C because it can't be A or B, and now make that D. And so now the 3 letters that show up in column 3 are A, C, and D. And so in particular, that means this digit's an A, because C and D don't show up in row 2, which is fun. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, this is a C or a D. Yeah, I might as well now make this E so that the letters in this row are A, D, and E. So this is a D or an E. The sum of this is double A. Oh, can't be B. Sorry, can't be B. Right. Doc is right. Right. B is double A. So I can't put a B here. So I have to make this a double A over here in order to make that work. Agree. So okay. So agree with all of that. Can row 5, column 3 be? Right. These two are the same digit. This one is A or B, and this one is A, C, or D, but they're the same, so they have to be A. Good spotting to Emma. And so now I actually know that A is 1. So we can select all the A's and make all the A's actual 1, which makes all the B's actual 2. Like that. That A is also a 1. There we go. And we get our digit dance there for that. Boop, 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 woo! Boop, 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 wah! Boop, 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 wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So these are all, so I can sort of center mark some of this stuff now. These are all 1s or 2s. Oh, my number pad's not even on. No wonder it didn't work before. I tried something and I thought it was going to work and it didn't, but that was why. So this is, and it's not a 2 because I know that 2 is not one of the numbers in this row. So this is a 3 or a 4 only. So one of D and E is 3 or 4. Okay. C is at least 3. Do I know for sure that these two are purple now? Yeah, I think so, because if I try and make this red, I'm going to put... Oh, maybe not, actually. No, I can't quite make... I don't have a nice proof, but this isn't red. It's definitely purple. I think row 2, column 4 is orange. Uh, let's see. And I know these two are the same. Yeah, that's exactly the argument I don't want to make, Emma, because that's going to be really messy with it's going to involve circles and counting and arguing about things. I'd rather avoid it if I possibly can. I might not be able to, but it feels likely to be really messy. Let's see. I mean, if this were green, it would be 2 green regions touching. So that's a pretty good argument that this can't be red. So because of the 180-degree symmetry, this is what AFK wants me to mark. Because of the 180-degree symmetry, this can't be any of the regions that are currently existing, or it would be too big. So we can go ahead and give this a color. I'll go ahead and make this black. And I know that... So black needs to extend either both of those ways or both of these ways. But even if it extends both of these ways, then okay, maybe we'll start with that. This has to be black because there's just nothing else it can plausibly be. So these are black, 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 black. That can be green and red. So that can be purple and orange. So yeah, so it either looks like that, or like that, or maybe like this. Right. Orange is never going to have only 2 digits because orange is currently, if you look at it, this digit is a 3rd digit already. So orange can't take that. That is very clever. So orange takes this cell, which then, if I mirror it, means purple takes that cell. Which then means that green takes this cell, red takes that cell, black takes that cell, black takes that cell. And now black can only take these two or it won't ever become connected. And so those two become red, these two become green. We can sort of fill in the border now for black. Can fill in that border, fill in that border. Right. We know that orange doesn't take that cell, so orange is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so this is the last orange cell. And this digit I know is at least 4. The upside down question mark is broken. What's wrong? Is something really broken or not? Oh yeah, this is definitely broken. Oh, no. This is not definitely broken. That's not how these work. Yeah, hey, Math Pesto. It's not broken because the colors don't represent sizes. This is purple. This green is indeed going to become yellow, just for sanity. I am going to make this purple red, this orange purple, this red green. Okay, so greens grow. And so now this cell is green because it can't be anything else. This purple, remember, was done. This green still needs to grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So now the greens are done. And now these are red. So we get all of that done. Okay, so I do know that this number is 3 or 4. For what it is worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So yeah, so I was a little hesitant to mix numbers with letters, but I'm also going to do that. Oh yeah, I can make the black a different color now. I can make the black, let's see, orange, now that I have done this. This is also 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Okay, so the sum of this line is 5, so therefore this digit is a 5, and therefore this digit is a 5, and therefore this digit is a 5, just by doing region-y stuff. So now this can't be a 3, because if it was a 3, it would then be a 4, so it is a 4. So the rows in this line the digits in this line are 4 and 5, and I can't repeat digits in circles, so therefore that's a 5. Also, that's a 4, because it's got to be the sum of these, and therefore that makes these double 2. If we sort of continue counting over there. Okay, so these digits are different because I need 5 different digits, and I currently only have 3. I, of course, know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 or 5, just for my sanity in recording this. Let's see. And I suppose I can mark these are also 4 or 5. Or 1, sorry. These can also be 1. That one I just knew wasn't 1. And this one I also know isn't 1, actually, because the double digit in this column is here. This one could be 1, 4, or 5. Okay. I've already got 2 of my repeated digits here, for what it's worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think I know that C is not more than 5, do I? I think I only know 2 of the 3 digits in this column. But C certainly is at least 5 by... Oh, sorry, no, it could be 4, right? Sorry, C could be 4. So yeah, one of these has to be 3. We have to decide which one it is. I annoyingly don't think... Can this be a 3? This might actually be just able to be a 3. Because I think this one's going to have a hard time being a 3 as well, but I don't really want to count it. Right. C is at least 6, actually. Because we know that there's at least 4 digits in these, because I can have 1 repeat, but that's still at least 4, and 4 and 5 are gone. So this C is at least 6. But it's not 9 or 8, because it definitely has some repeats. So this can only be 6 or 7. So these digits, for what it's worth, are from 1, 5, 6, 7. I don't know why it's trying to tell me, oh, this one can't be 1. How does Sven know that it can't be 1 because there's already a 1 in this row? That creeps me out a little bit. The total of this region sum line is definitely not 1. So that's a 5, 6, or a 7. This cell is also a 5, 6, or a 7 because it's the same 5, 6, 7. If you like. And this cell is also the same 5, 6, 7. And then this one, well, this one can't be 7, at the very least, because these two need to add to that 5, 6, 7. So this could be a few options, but I don't know that's really worth marking it out. That's a good point. This number is a sum of 2 numbers that aren't 1 or 2, so this is at least 7. Let's see. Okay, that's a good spot from Garion. No cell in this region can be 1 or 2, so this is at most 7. None of these can be 1 or 2 just by regular Sudoku. And these can't be 1 or 2 because there's already a 1 and a 2 in the column, and these are the duplicated digits. So the duplicated digit's not a 1 or a 2. So there's no 8, 9. So that's a 6, 7 pair in circles, which makes this not a 6 or a 7. Because the circles are all different. So these circles are from 3, 8, 9. Well, this one's certainly not a 9. And it's not an 8 either, actually, if you look at it. Because these 2 digits are the same and these 2 digits are the same. So this one is a 3. That's the other 8, 9. So there are 3 total digits in there, 1, 3, and 5. So therefore, these digits are all 5. And so this digit, therefore, is a 1. And that makes this digit a 4. Now that's duplicated 1s in this region. So this region's not a 9, so it's an 8. That makes that region a 9. So now this region needs to have 8, and it's already got a duplicate. So this can't be 1, 4. These are 2, 3. So that is pretty cool. Let's see. The digits in this column are 1, 5, and then the 6, 7, sure. Yeah, so if this is 6, 7, it's that 6, 7. Okay, this column has all its digits of 1, 2, 4, and 5. So these are from 1, 2, 4, 5. This one's not 1 or 2. Thank you, Sven. Yep, that's only 4 or 5. I know that one of these two digits is a 3, and they're from 3, 4, 5. So that actually gives me a triple. I know one of them's 3 because otherwise the sum is too big. So that's a 3, 4, 5. So that makes that not a 5. Uh-oh, that's broken. What did I do? Because that makes these two 6, 7s the same 6, 7. Because these are both a 6, 7 that isn't this. Oh, no. Sorry, it does not do that because this isn't a Sudoku puzzle, Zeta. No. These two 6, 7s are the same 6, 7. Right, okay. Nope, good. No, these two are the same. Okay. So anyway, but that is a 6, 7 pair, which does make this an 8. Which makes these a 3, 5, which makes that a 4. Okay, I briefly engaged my Sudoku brain, and then it ruined me. So these digits, if I write in, are a 1, not a 2, not a 3, not a 4, not a 5, and then 6, 7, and 8. But one of them is definitely a 1 because this region needs a 1, which tells me that's not a 1 because the 1 is now the repeated digit in this row. And this digit's not a 1 or 8 because column 8 already had... This is column 8's repeated digit, and it's not a 1 or an 8. So we have that. So that's the other 6, 7 for the region. So that means these aren't 6 or 7. So these are in fact a 1, 8 pair, which conveniently tells me that that digit is a 9. This being an 8 would be a real problem for this region sum line if you look at it, because then this region sum line would sum to at least 14. That's not going to work. So that's going to be the 1. That's going to be the 8. And then that's going to make this either a 7 or an 8. If you look at it, I was trying to decide if I immediately knew whether it was 7 or 8. I don't think I immediately know whether it is 7 or 8. These 3 digits need to sum to 9, but they can have repeats, so I should be careful about that. Let's see. Okay. Right. This region, remember, these are all from 1, 3, 5. So this is a 1, 3, or 5, but it's not a 1 by Sven. So we can fill that in. This row already has 3 repeats, but it gets 4 repeats. But I do need 2 more digits in this row. Oh, no, sorry. That is the last repeat. So so these two are different, and they're not 1, 3, or 5. So there better not be a 1. Oh, no, it could be 1, 5. But 1, 3 doesn't work because these two are different. So they could be 2, 4. I think they're either 2, 4 or 2, 6. But I don't know that I really want to completely convince myself that that's true, but I think it's true. Let's see. Oh, right. Neither of these can be a 2 because of the columns. That column already has a 2, and this column already has a 2, and its repeats down there. Oh, I see. So the point is that these are minimum 4, 6, and so therefore these are double 5. There we go. Okay. My brain breaking on the sudoku part again. These are 4, 6, and double 5. That's the minimum that these could be, because these have to be different and they can't be 1, 3, 5. So 4, and they can't be 2. So 4, 6 is the minimum, 5, 5 is the maximum. There. So that does indeed make this 5, 5. So in this column now, this column gets 2 repeats and it has both of them, 1, 1, 5, 5. So therefore that's a 3 and that's a 5. If I come over there. Okay, so within this row, I already have my repeats of 1s, and I have a 2. So this number is at least 3. So therefore, the sum of... And in this row, actually, if you look at it, I already have my 2 repeats. So these are at least 2, 3 at minimum. So these sum to at least 5. If I write it out. So 2, 3, 5 is my options. I can't go as high as 6 because that would break the bank. And so these sum to at least 5. So this isn't 5, 6, or 7. This is only 3 or 4. Yeah, and 5 is too big, actually, with that. So these are a 2, 3 pair, actually, because, again, remember, I've already used my duplicates. These are a 2, 3 pair, so therefore that's a 4 in order to make that work. This row already has its duplicate, so that's not another 4. It is a 2 or a 5, but this row already has its duplicate, so it's not another 2 either, so that's a 5. And so now I can just count how many different digits there are in here. So there's a 1, a 2, another 2, and a 3. That's 3, 4, 5. That's 5 different digits, plus this one, that's 6. So that's 6, and that's 7. Making that a 6, that an 8, that a 7, in order to make the line work out. This row has its duplicate. Oh, right. This row has its duplicate, but that means I don't know what this digit is immediately. Let's see. Okay, we've got a duplicate in this region. I guess I can write in what this can be, because it can't be 1, 2. It could be 3. Can't be 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. And it could be 9. So this digit's always 3 or 9. Oh, there's one more cell over here that I can do exactly the same thing with. There's already a duplicate in green. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a 6 or a 7, which makes this a 6 or a 7. These are the same 6, 7, and it's not a 7 because we're in column 8. So in fact, it's a 6. That's my duplicate. That makes that the 4 and that the 6. And that 4 makes that the 5. I was trying to say, and then that makes that the 4, but that's not how that works. That makes that 3, which makes that also a 3, which makes that a 9. This is therefore a 4 or a 5 to finish out this column. Right, I can just count this 7 region. So we've got 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 4. Plus 3 and 4. That's 6. So I need a different digit. So therefore, that needs to be a 5. So we've got that, I believe. Okay, this row needs a new toy. So it needs something. Let's see. Do I know anything about column 5? Let's look at column 5. So it's got so column 5, Garion points out, has its digits as 1, 3, 4, 5, and 9. So it doesn't get any more digits. So in particular, it cannot have a 2 here. And it can't have a 2 there either. And it can't have a 2 there either. So we can fill that out. Let's see. Column 6. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 5, and 8. It's only 4 digits. What did I do wrong? If it was a 1-4 pair, this region wouldn't have the right number of digits, was the problem. Okay, so this region currently only has 1, 4, 5 in it, so it needs it needs 2 new digits. Okay, this column needs 2 new digits, I'm being told. So 1, 2, 5, 8. Right, this needs 2 new digits, so I can't use the 1 and the 5 again, so that needs to be a 4. And then this needs to be a digit that's not 1, 2, 4, 5. So let's see. So this digit, it's not 1, 2, could be 3, can't be 4 or 5, could be 6 or 7, can't be 8, could be 9. Okay, we've got 4 different digits here already. If we look at this, this piece is excruciating, by the way. We've got 1, 4, 5. Oh no, it's only 3. Okay, we've got 1, 4, 5. We've only got 3 digits. Okay, so therefore that's a 2 because I need 2 new digits. So that's going to be a 2. And now for this row, I need to note that I have all the digits. So this can only be a 3 out of those. There we go. Very nice opening there. I liked the opening. There's a lot of cool stuff. I really liked the use of the some doku region some lines idea here. That was all very cool. Got a little messy. There was nothing fun in the last 10 minutes of the puzzle, is my only criticism. But the first 50 minutes of the puzzle were very fun. I thought, which I guess for a chaos construction puzzle is kind of par for the course, but lots of neat stuff. I liked actually this is like the only time, literally the only puzzle I've ever used I've ever used a letter tool for and felt like, oh, this was a cool use of the letter tool. So like that was also a neat moment for me. All right. But I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back in a moment with yet another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. So last stream, if you missed it, we did our pencil puzzle tier list. And so, I can probably try and slide this over a little bit if I, nope, wrong layer. Just so that you can see that you're not missing anything. And one thing that came up in the pencil puzzle tier list was that I haven't really seen very much stuff with simple loop that I have enjoyed. And it was suggested that simple loop is actually a good sort of glue genre, like pentominoes or philomeno or sudoku or whatever, where it's sort of a boring genre on which you can pile interesting logic because it's kind of inoffensive in its own right. And so I'd said I hadn't really seen it used that way, and Jubilee suggested a few puzzles. So I have a few puzzles here to do that are sort of in the using sloop as a glue genre idea. I'm actually surprised Dorlier says that they don't like some doku, because I feel like some doku and counting circles fall in very much the same sort of bucket of logic. Okay, so let us figure this out. So this is a combination of simple loop and kuridoku. Okay, so we need to shade some cells on the board. Shaded cells cannot be horizontally or vertically adjacent. Excuse me. Well, I muted it for half of it, sorry. But I did not get the other half. Numbers cannot be shaded. Okay, good. Let's unshade the numbers. I always appreciate when I get to do some shading right away, even though I guess in my puzzles, I basically never let you do anything right away. It's sort of a zetamath style choice, but we'll appreciate it. Also, by the way, just in terms of appreciating how much I love Sven and Sudoku Pad, the fact that I selected everything and accidentally unselected it, and then the undo button lets you go back to what you had selected is just such a nice it's such a nice touch in terms of usability that I really appreciate it. Clues represent the total number of unshaded cells that can be seen in a straight line vertically or horizontally, including itself. Draw a simple loop through all unshaded cells. So that is a loop that visits every unshaded cell. I'm guessing when it says vertically and horizontally, it means that you add them together, I think. If anyone has done a kuridoku and wants to do that, yeah, I'm assuming shaded cells are what blocks vision because there's nothing else. But if it I'm assuming it means add together, but I'm not 100% sure if it means add together or if it means just in the thing. There's a. Oh yeah, even the word total is there. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So the word total is there. Okay. So this cell must be shaded because if this cell is unshaded, then this 3. Oh, maybe that's not true. Sorry. I'm making sure whether the 3 counts itself because in my mind this looks like the 3 now is sort of forced to die, but maybe that's not actually true. Because I don't think the cell sees itself. Oh no, it does say it. Even says it including itself. Okay, so it's exactly right. So this doesn't work because if this were true, this 3 would now become a dead end. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so this is shaded. And this is shaded, and this is shaded for the same reason. And now I've got some corners because my loop has to go through these. Yeah, reading the rules is always a bit of a challenge. Oh, also shaded cells can't touch, I think was one of the rules. So I can immediately green everything that touches a shaded cell. Like that. Okay, this 3 now sees its 3, so we can go ahead and fill those in. And we get some more corner time. Those can become green. This 3 sees its 3 as well, so we can green in all of those. This is a corner as well, just so that we can keep track of that. Oh, right. This also has to be shaded by the logic of the 3s. So that forces that. Okay, yeah, one of those is gray, but that's okay. Right. This has to be shaded for the same reason Kale points out. If this is unshaded, doesn't matter at all. In our 3 logic, it doesn't matter at all that it's double 3. It's just that it's 3 with anything. If I make that's 3 in a row green, that's not going to work. So, in fact, actually, that is going to immediately shade those. Green these, green those. And now this is a corridor. Or a hallway or whatever, where that's forced to go that way. This is forced to go this way. If I went that way, it would close the loop, so this is forced to go that way. This down here is a corner. So I can do a bunch of green. Now, assuredly, the 6 is done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the 6 is now done. So I can green those. I mean, I guess like a really thing I could have done immediately is all of these cells all have to be green, because if I shade a cell that's sort of one of the penultimate cells of a row or column, it's going to create a dead end right next to it. So, I mean, I doubt it's going to be useful, but I'm going to go ahead and mark all of those anyway. We're going to go ahead and fill in that corner. I'll go ahead and make that green. This is green, and that's 3 greens, so that's gray. This is a corridor. And yes, this is speedy and fun. I did not know how difficult this was going to be, but this is not proven. Maybe I should not say anything, but this has not been too arduous, to borrow today's word of the day. This is a corner as well, by the way, which is going to buy me 2 more green cells and then 2 more gray cells because of the 3. Which will then buy me even more green cells because of the thing. Okay, oh, and this is green. That's green, so this can't be green, because if this is green, instantly the 3 becomes a 5. And 5 is not 3. As in fact larger than 3, famously. So that's gray, because this 3 is done. This is now a corridor, so I can smuggle that through there like that. Let's see. Row 9, column 3, Ron points out, is interesting. This needs to see 6, and there's only 6 it can possibly see. So that had better all be green, is a good spot. Let's see. Okay, we suddenly got lots of loop pieces floating around. Row 3, column 8 is green. Oh, right, is green by adjacency. Thank you. Oh, yes, there we go. Okay, this piece down here I stranded. This is a lot of, and this is a corner over here. I might as well fill in. There's a lot of sort of like pieces of loop floating around. Okay, so here this 5 actually forces that to be green, because if this isn't green, the 5 has to see 2 more this way, and now the 5 is actually a 6. So that's green and that's gray, which makes both of these green, and makes that a corner and that a corner. Now we've got that, yeah, the 5. Okay, so that can't be green, or this 5 is broken, because it would then see 6. And so now this 5 doesn't see 5 yet, but now it does. So we get to do all of that. This 5 conveniently is in a corner. So we get that. Let's see. This 5 doesn't see 5 yet. So in fact, those both have to be green. Had a brief moment of avoid a 2x2 panic, but then realized that that's not actually what we're doing here at all. Row 7, column 9 is forced, right? Okay, so yeah, so this needs to go left and right, Jay Dyer points out. I agree, which has made this a corner. So let's see, row 8, column 12. Yeah, we did get that one finished. Okay, so this needs to be green because if it isn't, the 4 in order to finish is going to become a 5. Let's see. Row 10, column 11. Not quite sure what to do with that yet. Let's see. This 6 is in the same situation where if it only connects down, then it's going to become... Oh, no, it'll become a 6. Never mind. Sorry, I miscounted. I was thinking the 6 was going to have to go up, but maybe not. Okay, that's really clever from Garion. This 3 is actually pretty potent because if this loop goes up like this, like if we just imagine this extension, now in order for the loop to take this, it has to do this, and now the 3 isn't a 3 anymore. So this loop going up there is poison. So that is a cool thing to note. We can certainly determine the direction of this by loop parity stuff, because if I look at between columns 7 and 8, there's 1 crossing, 2 crossings, 3 crossings. And so if you've not seen this before, any line that you draw, indeed any curve, needs to cross the loop an even number of times. And so currently it's an odd number, so this needs to go that way. So we have that piece. Okay. So let's see. Is there any other, like, maybe we don't have any other immediate loop parity things, but that at least was 1, which was handy. Let's see. This connecting there would be really handy. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So Kale's point is if this is not green, now this 7 can only get to 3 more cells up, so it would have to take these cells, which breaks the 3. Now the 4 is done. So those are all green. Now the 3 is done. So those are all green. Now this is a corner, so we can floop through there. Which is always appreciated. Okay, so now the 7, if you look at it, now that's now only 2, 3, 4, 5 at the absolute max. So this has to be green for the 7, or the 7 doesn't work. This is a corridor, so it has to go through there. Agree. And that can't be... that can't be green because it'll blow up the 5. So that is gray. That's green. This 5 makes that green, and now we've got corners everywhere. Simple loop is definitely the genre for people who like corners because simple loop has corners everywhere. Okay, and so now the 7's actually... Oh, Ambrose says I made a mistake. Oh, no, Ambrose retracts. Okay. The 7 now needs 3 more, so it's got to have all of those, which gives us another corner. Everyone's favorite. Okay. If this isn't green, there's no way that this 7 can finish because it would be maximized at 5. So that is green. And now the 7 sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that can't be green, or the 7 actually sees 8. And that is green. That is also green. This is forced around here. Hey, Smitha, how are you doing? So we have all of that happening. Row 8, column 13 can't go down by mini loop, right? If this goes down, then I'm completely forced to finish it like that, which is a mini loop, so I can't do that. So this has to go up, which then makes that a corner, which forces it to do that. And now this is forced to do that. Oh, and now this is forced to do that. Uh-oh, Garion didn't like that. Oh, it could go left, right. The point is just it doesn't go down. Sorry, it was one of those things where I ruled one direction out, but there were 3 options, and I just picked one. Right, but that piece in particular, and that's all I need in order to make this corner, which then makes that a corner, which then makes that green, which then makes this extend out over there. Good catch, thank you. Let's see. So we've got all of this. Okay. Okay, should I be looking at the column 8, 9 loop parity stuff? Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crossings. So we need exactly one more row 8, row 9 crossing. Does that mean that can't go that way? Yeah, that can't... Oh, this is just a corner. Here's an easier way to do it. If I do the corner, then I don't have to say anything about loop parity. I was going to get there by loop parity, but also there was a corner. Now this is a dead end, so now this just needs to be gray. And so now we get our corner there. This is a corner. We can't make a mini loop, so I have to extend that. So that's made this a corner. Not that. That would be exciting, but no. Has made that a corner. This is 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 a corner. This would be a mini loop if I extended this down. So I get to do that. This comes that way. Now, this is a dead end, so now that's become gray, which forces this down. Don't make a mini loop. So that comes over there, and that comes over there. Okay. It would be a mini loop if this extended. So this makes a mini loop. I mean, it's a very big mini loop, but it's still a mini loop. So by what I always call the 2 out of 3 rule, if you can't go that way and that way, and you have 3 options, then you have to go this way. Let's see. J Dyer also notes the bigness of the mini loop, which is appreciated. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Annoyingly, if that is green, it works for the 7. Oh, actually... No, if that's green, it's going to work for the 7 too, isn't it? Because it's just going to put a gray there, right? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, this 6 can't only grow horizontally. That's the point. Okay, this 6 can't only grow horizontally. Because the 6 certainly can't only go left or only go right, so it would have to take both of these. But as soon as it takes both of those, it's now at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So therefore, that always needs to be green. And therefore, the 7 can't not grow here, because if this were gray, it would mean the 7 saw 6 cells horizontally, but the 6 can't see 6 cells horizontally. So that needs to actually be green, which actually makes that gray, makes that green. So we go through there. This is a corner now. This is a corner now. This is green. Yeah, this does have certain like Hayawake-esque elements, doesn't it? In terms of what it looks like. Even if this 6 takes that cell, it still needs that cell in order to finish. But now it is finished, so both of those are gray. And I get to do that. That is green. That is green. This would be a dead end if it wasn't gray, so it just is gray. This is a corner. This is a corner. Don't make a mini loop. Green, green. This is a corner. Let's do that. So that is green. Yeah, so if that's green, the 6 does indeed see 6. This is always green for loop reasons. Because if this either comes down, in which case this also comes down, or these two connect, in which case this is a corner. So this cell's always green, which makes that gray. Makes that a corner, makes that a corner, makes this a thing, makes that a corner. I know a thing was very specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 makes that gray. So we've now finished our green graying. So we're now doing a pure sloop. So this needs to come down here. So this needs to come down here. So this needs to connect across. So this needs... Oops, that was too many. Oh, it was also green for vision reasons. Because the 6 had one horizontally already. Okay, that makes sense. If I connect these, I make a mini loop, so I don't do that. If I connect these, I make a mini loop, so I don't do that. Woohoo! Nice puzzle. So now the question, why is it called high T? Is the only question that I have for Jubilee, based on this. Although I suppose there are a lot like questions about like why is Philly called Philly is another reasonable question. Although if you just turn your brain into the dumbest possible mode, then you'll know why Philly is called Philly. Okay, let's do the other one. So here is another. So Jubilee gave us 2 of these. But this was different rules. So this one has quote unquote normal Starliner rules. So this will be fun. Okay, so here we actually legitimately do need to visit every non-black cell, but we also need to place 1 star on every straight line segment such that no 2 stars are adjacent by a chess king's move. Oh boy. Okay, so that's going to be adventurous. So let's fill in our 8,000 corners that we get to start with. I guess even that's a corner. And that's a corner. That's a corner. Okay, that might be all the corners. Okay, so I'm gonna mark stuff in. Oh, right. I can't use light gray because I don't think Tristan has looked at the filter issue yet, right? You still can't see this? Oh, no, now you can. Tristan did fix it. Okay, excellent. So now you can see the gray that I've been using for weeks, thinking that people could see it and they can't. Anyway, the point is that was what I was gonna do. Say that now one of these two, this is a straight line segment, so one of these two is a star, so these two aren't stars. Still semi-difficult to see. I just wanted a way to mark that something is definitely not a star. Maybe I just need to have Tristan slightly darken the light gray. Mystery gray can still only be seen sometimes. Let's see. Okay, so we'll do not star. We'll attempt doing that. I probably shouldn't make this into a mini loop. It would be great if you did that soon, Tristan. Okay. So one of these two is definitely a star, so neither of these was the point. I mean, you could do it now if you want to come do it now. Let's see. So row 2, column 2 is definitely not a star. Agree, because one of these has to be a star. Let's see. Tristan is going to make my light gray slightly darker. I'll be right back.
Yep. You just long click on the color.
Yeah, but I don't know how to adjust the color so it still looks pretty and all of that kind of stuff.
Is this it here?
No. Main color palette.
Is this the... How do you change palettes?
Middle bottom button. There you go.
There. And this one?
Yes. Tristan to the rescue.
Maybe that?
Well, how does that look, chat? Is that clear enough as the not thing color? I'm gonna use the blue for this one only because it's sky and stars, and I like that.
Although that makes it like basically identical to the next gray.
Okay, so everyone says that's clear. Okay, so we can play with it in the future, but that is good enough for now.
Now these two are basically the same.
Yes, maybe I should have had you lighten the dark gray, but anyway, we'll figure it out. Okay, so yeah, so having had Tristan generously do that, we're not going to use it, and we're going to keep going through with the sky. For this, maybe I should just have Tristan put this color, but on the first screen. That would probably be a good idea. If I just like copy this sky over onto the gray, that would actually probably work well for everyone. So the point is this either goes up or down, but not both. So it definitely goes that way. But whichever way it goes, it's going to make that never a star. That was one of the points that Chad had. Yeah, I'll figure out how to put this light blue in the place of the light gray. Because that seems to stand out and be pretty. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? Okay. And I know one of these two is a star, but it could be that one, which would cover this. But then it would be that one. Okay, so one of these two. Uh, uh, okay. Uh, okay. The around here feels like it's going to create a weird uniqueness thing, but maybe not. Uh, yeah, one of these two has to be a star because of vertical stuff. Uh, I'm doing pretty well. I'm enjoying a string of simple loop hybrids. Uh, right. One of these two is a star, and so therefore that's not. Is the point, because if this goes up, then that's a star because this vertical line segment sees something. If it goes down, that's a star, and it's got to do one of those. And so therefore, this line has to keep going to the right. And now this is a corridor. And so therefore, we're forced to do that. And therefore, now this is a corner, and we have our first star, which is going to blue all of that stuff. That's going to be a star. Gonna blue that. This is a thing. Yeah, we could do a star dance. I'll bring out Zach for a star dance. Boop 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 woo. Boop 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 wah. Boop 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 wee. Boop 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 wah. Boop 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 boop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. No star up here because this row already this line segment already has its star. This segment does not have its star, so we can blue that. So we end up getting there. Oh, this one has to extend because otherwise we create a mini loop, and that already has its line segment. What? Oh, why did I make that blue? I don't know. Who knows? I thought you were saying this one wasn't blue, and I was really confused. But no, you're completely right. Yeah, I have no idea why I blued that cell. Recreationally. I feel like if we used uniqueness, we would know which of these two was a star. But row 2, column 4 does not turn down. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, if this turns down, then for both the horizontal segments, both of those would be stars. That's really strange. Okay, so then this continues across there, which then blues these. Yeah, okay. So Jay Dyer notes a similar thing. If this is a star, it rules out all of those from being stars, which would then force both of these to be stars. So therefore, that's definitely not a star. This is going to hurt my head, I can tell. Okay. By the 2 out of 3 rule, this definitely comes down because it can't go straight across. Uh, uh, let's see. Uh, uh, this is blue or you break row 2. Uh, right, because if this is a star, if this is a star, then I have to look at what happens to this horizontal line, and it won't get a star regardless because it will go at most this far. So this is always blue. I agree. I guess a different way to say that, the other way to say that maybe would have been easier for my brain, is that this horizontal segment extends at furthest this. So one of these 3 is a star, so this one isn't. My brain perceives that as easier, even though it's the same thing. Let's see. Row 2, column 5, and the row 3 line. Right. This horizontal line extends at most this far, so that's never star. Agree. Okay, so if this goes right, we're setting up for a weird situation. This one also, though, this one I definitely agree with. This one's easier. This extends right at most this far, and so all of those see that. Okay. Oh, no, sorry. I don't know that this is going up. If this goes up, then that's blue by the same argument, I guess. Uh, 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 okay, that's really clever. So this is Martin's point. If this comes this way, of course, this segment's done. And now I get a star in one of these and a star here, but that breaks every place for a star in this horizontal segment. So that doesn't happen, which has made that a corner, actually. This, of course, doesn't go that way. Let's see. So, of course, we know one of these 2 is a star. And we know one of these 2 is a star. Okay, yeah, so there we go. So one of these 2 is a star for this horizontal line. One of these 2 is a star for this horizontal line. And so therefore, vertically, one of these 2 is a star, and vertically, one of these 2 is a star, which means neither of these is a star. I need one of these 2 to be a star, basically, is the point. If neither of these is a star, both of these are stars because of the 2 horizontal lines, and that doesn't work. So therefore, neither of these is a star, which means this line continues, which makes that a corner. And so now, because one of those 2 is a star, that one definitely isn't. Don't make a mini loop, which now makes that a star, actually. which makes those both not stars. Oops, sorry, wrong blue. Makes these both not stars, which makes that a star. And that's not a star, so that's a star, actually, if you look up here. That's not a star because it touches a star. And this line doesn't have a star yet, so it can't stop. Oops. That's definitely not what I wanted. And so this line continues because it doesn't have anywhere else to go. This is still not a star because this line already has its thing. This line continues because otherwise I create a mini loop. Oh, this is not a star because it touches a star diagonally. So therefore, one of these two is a star. And if one of these two is a star, none of these are stars. Because this vertical line segment doesn't have a star yet. So one of those has to be that star. Yeah, Garian's point is if this turns down, this is now a corner. And that forces that and that to be stars for the horizontal line segments, which then rules stars out of row 2 entirely. I agree. So we've got that. And so now this is a corner. So we can fill it in with a corner. So this can't turn down because they are both blue. So this has to connect across here like that. Oh, and this is a corner now. So that comes across there. Okay, so now one of these two is a star. So neither of these are. Okay, and I know one of these two is a star and one of these two is a star. Actually, sort of it... because one of these two is also a star. So I either have that star pattern or that star pattern. Column 7 isn't done yet, though, so that is a worth... because it doesn't have its line doesn't have a star on it yet, so that can keep going, which is huge, because now it forces this to come this way and avoid a mini loop, which forces that. This has to keep going. So that... Okay. And this has to keep going because it can't form a mini loop either. And now this is a corner, so it has to do that. And so now this has to close like that. So we actually got all of this. And now this is a new corner. Over here. So yeah, so one of these two and one of these two is... right. Horizontally, I need a star, and it can only go here. Which unstars this, which then stars this, which unstars this, which then stars this, which then unstars this, which then stars this. So I get a whole bunch more staritude. And so now this line segment needs more star. So this goes down, that goes down like that. Oh, this goes down as well. That forces this down to avoid making a mini loop. Oh, this is also not a star, and that's also not a star. So now this is a star. So these are both not stars, which then means this segment is not done its staritude, so it continues. So one of these two is now definitely a star for this vertical segment, so neither of these can be a star. If this doesn't get a star here, it's going all the way to the bottom, which almost assuredly breaks. But maybe not. It might not. I think I can vaguely imagine a world where that doesn't happen. Okay, one of these two is definitely a star, so neither of those are. Oh, column 4 already has a star. Thank you. So I should probably not make deductions based around the idea that I need to put a star in it. Oh, one of these two is a star, so neither of these are a star. This is a star just by horizontalitude. I missed that one. So one of these two is a star, so that one definitely isn't. So we've got all of that. Yes, this can't be a vertical segment is a good spot, because if I made a vertical segment there, it would not have a star on it. And the reason why that's great is because it creates a corridor there and there. And so now we've got all of that stuff happening. Okay, of course this can't connect up, or it will create a an issue. Column 7 needs a vertical star. Good point. So we've got that, and so therefore that's not a star. This is a really cool rule set. Excuse me. I've never seen this rule set before, but it's very cool. Let's see. Yeah, row 10 and column 10 need a star. I agree. I was trying to figure out if this going up breaks. I don't know if the star... It says normal Starliner rules, and the fact that it says normal Starliner rules implies to me that there is at least one more Starliner puzzle in the world. Let's see. Martin says this can't go right. Certainly force these two to be stars. I don't immediately see the problem. Right. This row definitely blues that one. I see that. Let's see. Right. Okay, yeah. So yes. Okay. I see it now. So yeah. So if these connect, then now the problem is that's yellow, and this is yellow, and that doesn't work because they both this is yellow for the vertical segment, this is yellow for the horizontal segment. You can't have sort of this Tetris piece is forbidden, I guess is the point. Because is that true? Yeah, this Tetris piece is forbidden. Is the this Tetris piece of loop is forbidden, I think is the point. I'm trying to think of the elegant way to prove it that isn't case checking, but it's certainly easy to case check that it doesn't work. Because I guess the point is horizontally, you certainly need it to be that one. Yes, the S. I guess it's really like it's the full-on S shape that is forbidden. The I was sort of saying like if it ends there, but yeah, the way to say it is actually this 2x3 combination is just not allowed. Anyway, so all of that was by way of noticing that this can't go that way, so this has to go that way. Okay, so now this can't connect straight up and down, so it has to connect to the right. Okay, so one of these two, for this horizontal line, one of these two is a star, so therefore that's not. Let's see. One of these three is a star for the vertical line, so that's not. So this vertical line definitely needs to have a star here, because it can't get one anywhere else. So that's a star. And those aren't. Which means this one still doesn't have a star, so it has to keep going down. Which forces this one down. Which then forces this down. Because otherwise I create an issue. The star for this horizontal line, if you look at it, is there or there, both of which see this one. So this combination's not allowed anymore, so I can't connect there, because that would be a vertical line without a star. So therefore, this must turn up, and this must go this way. Like that. Wait, what did I do? Did I make an error? Zeta invented a T-junction for that horizontal line. How far do I have to back up? What did I do? Like this far? I don't have to back up? I just missed an easier thing. Okay. I'm happy missing easier things. Missing easier things is fine. So, oops. Okay. So there's a 2 out of 3 thing with this, because this can't do that combination, because that would dead end this. So that has to go up no matter what. Right. This horizontal line segment can only get its star there. Agree. So those aren't thing. Okay, so now that forces this to come down here, because it's got to get its star from somewhere. And that's now the only place it can get it. So this continues down. This can't make a mini loop. So our loop is now done. And we now just have to finish the Starliner part of it. This horizontal line needs a star there, which rules a star out of there. This vertical segment needs a star here, which rules a star out of there. This horizontal segment needs a star there. This horizontal line needs a star there, which finishes that. And now that star sees over there, and so now we get our last star there. That is a very neat rule set. I am slightly afraid that setting with this might be a complete nightmare. I would like the one very cool thing is that this puzzle had a lot of sort of like loose ends of how everything was eventually going to resolve all throughout the puzzle. Uh, and then at the end, it all came together and everything resolved. But I feel like a lot of the time you'd be setting this and you'd get to the end, and then either you'd get to the end and everything would resolve except there'd be 2 stars in one row, or everything would resolve except that it would have an unsolvable uniqueness problem. But this is a very cool rule set. I would definitely do more Starliner puzzles if they were available. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break and I'll be back and we'll do more puzzles. So see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. I'm going to do a Jacob and Woofer puzzle. What I have on screen now is the example puzzle. We're going to do the example puzzle first, and then we're going to do the real puzzle. I know I did a puzzle similar to this, but we have extensively checked, and I seem not to have done this puzzle before. The actual grid looks like this, if you want to know what we're sort of getting ourselves into. So anyway, so I seem not to have done it before. So let us read the rules. So every cell is either water or land. All water cells must be orthogonally connected, and no 2x2 area may be entirely water. Groups of orthogonally connected land cells form islands, which do not touch orthogonally, but may touch diagonally. Draw a single non-intersecting loop that travels orthogonally through the centers of some cells, which passes through every island exactly once. The loop may only visit one cell in each island. Okay. If a clue is on a land cell, it indicates the size of its island. Every island must contain exactly one clue. If a clue is on a water cell, it indicates the number of cells visited by the water section of the loop that passes through the clue, i.e. how many water cells are visited by the loop between the previous island and the next island. I really swear I did this puzzle. Every water section of the loop must pass through exactly one clue. A question mark cannot represent any none, or a question mark can represent any non-zero value. We're not going to do answer check because this is in Sudoku Pet. So first observation, if the loop doesn't visit both sides of this hourglass, then it's definitely broken. Because if the loop doesn't visit both sides of the hourglass, then we've either got all land on one side, or all water on one side, right? And neither of those works. I don't have to visit every water cell, right? No, I don't have to visit every water cell. So anyway, so the loop has to go through here, although I don't think I articulated beautifully why the loop had to go through there. But the clues are sort of unsolvable, right? The clues would each either represent the loop segment they were on or the size of the island, and that doesn't work, basically, is the point. If all of these, if the loop doesn't visit this side, all of these clues are either water or land. And likewise over here. Now, between any two clues, I think we do get a boundary, because if the two clues were this, any two touching clues were the same, that is, if they were both land or both water, then that does not work. Because if they're both land, they would be the same, and if they're both water, they would both be the same. Because the water one, the clues on the water are the length of the thing, right? If a clue is on a water cell, it indicates the number of cells visited by the water section of the loop that passes through the clue. So one of these is land and one of these is water. Likewise, one of those is land and one of them is water. So all of these sort of are either land or water, and this is a 1, and notably every 1, well, the 1, either both the cells that the loop touches around it are land, or both of them are water, but I could have a 1 on water, so I'm just doing this. I could have a 1 on water, Emma, that was like, let me just draw what I'm picturing. Put 2 land pieces here, and there's a water there, and the loop does this. This would be a 1 on the water, because it's only a length 1 path on the water, even though there's a water cell next to it. If it's a 1 on land, then it definitely has that there on both sides. But the one on, but the point is, this one definitely has a boundary on both sides of the loop, either way. So this is something of some sort. Oh, I never actually drew that up there. Yeah, the sort of corners around here are interesting. So, does every island have a clue? Every island has a clue. So this cell's automatically water. Because if this cell is land, then either the cell around it. Oh no, sorry, that's not true. Sorry. Maybe what I mean is the loop definitely doesn't visit. Well, if this is land, the loop doesn't visit it, I guess is the point. If the loop goes through the bottom 3 clue, right. Okay, so, Yeah, so if the loop goes through the bottom 3 clue, we have a problem. Which is that that would all be forced. The 3 then certainly couldn't be land, because each land is only visited in exactly one cell. And so it would have to be water, except that would mean that I'd need to have land on sort of either side of the 3. And that just doesn't work, because I can't have land there, or there. Like, any of these that were land would need to have a clue if they were a 1. So those would be the earliest that could be land, but then that would be 4 consecutive cells of water. So that doesn't work. So yeah, so you could sort of X those. But now that the fact that none of this is loop means that this 3 can't be water at all is the problem. Because it can't be sort of on a length 3 piece of water. So this would have to be land. And this is certainly not the segment of land that's visited. And indeed, the only segment of land that could be visited would be if this went this way, right? And so we'd have to do that, and all of this would be water. Because if I went this way, there's not a way I could visit one of the cells. I don't think every water segment is clued, right? Yeah. Is every water segment clued? Is that guaranteed? No. Oh, maybe. Do the rules say that? I know every land cell has a clue. Every water section of the loop must pass through exactly one clue. Okay, yes, that does say that. Okay, so every water section must pass through exactly one thing. Okay. Every water section of the loop, I mean. So I don't think I know that this isn't land yet, by the way. Okay, so we have that. Oh, all the water is connected, right? All water is orthogonally connected. Okay, so if all water is orthogonally connected, assuredly the water grows out over there. It's because the clue is on the loop. It's the loop that's clued, not... It's not the water that's clued. There's only one water segment. It's the loop that's clued, AFK. So assuredly this can't turn up, at least, right? Because then again... right, then the loop, right, because the loop has to certainly connect to this. I have some loop segment over here. It needs to connect. Yeah, all water is connected. Okay, so yeah, there's a problem if this is water. If this cell is water, it forces both of these to be land by the definition of the clue, but now this land doesn't have a clue yet, and in growing, it's going to take a second loop cell, and I'm not allowed to do that because I'm only allowed to take one land cell. So that's not water. It is land. Which makes both of those that, and also because it's a 1, it makes that also blue. And in fact, actually, because water needs to connect, it makes all of that blue. So we've got that. This path of water doesn't have a clue yet. Yes, we're playing the example puzzle. This water doesn't have a clue yet, so the water has to continue. because it needs to get one in some direction or another. Yeah, we're going to do the real puzzle, but we're doing the example puzzle first, which yes is somewhat frightening. Uh, 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 I swear I've done the full puzzle on stream too, but there's no documented evidence of it, so I'm going to do it. But I swear the break-in involves some sort of parody argument about going around the outsides of each of the things. Which just sounds so, it feels so familiar, but it must have been a different puzzle by Jacob and Woofer that had that break-in, and so maybe that's not the break-in of this puzzle at all. Because but I definitely did a Woofer puzzle on a Woofer Jacob puzzle on stream that had a grid kind of like this, where the break-in involved arguing that by some sort of loop parody thing you had to hit all of these. But I don't think it was this puzzle. I think we would have it documented if it was. When was this puzzle published, actually? Maybe that's a good question. February 2023. Okay, yeah, who knows? Let's see. So, this is land. Okay, so trying to think about like which of these clues is like, thinking about the one is kind of tempting, because the one over there was useful. If the one is land, it definitely makes all of these water. But that seems plausible to me. I mean, I guess I could do the sort of checkerboard coloring, because I know these are all things. So either purple is land or purple is water, because of the fact that the clue types have to alternate. Oh, no, they don't have to alternate, though. Water could touch water. Sorry, that's not even true. Water could touch water. It would be totally fine. Isabella says this has to be island. If this is water, I need to sort of cram an island down here. That island would need to sort of come up here somehow. It feels like it's a disaster. If this is not island, it does feel like it would be a disaster. But it feels like it would be a like really monstrous look ahead to argue that. Because like so like if this is water, then this assuredly has to turn down, and so it needs to visit an island. Is it 100% clear it can't get to that island, AFK? Is it because then this island could get a clue, but then this water segment couldn't? Like the island could definitely get a clue. But then that doesn't. Okay, maybe what I should do is I should figure out how many clues of each type there are over here. because I know in terms of when I come over here, I know I need to go water island, water island, water island. And so there are a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 clues over here. So that means, and we've got 1 water and 1 island. So of the question marks that are left, that there is a no 2x2 on water rule, but no 2x2 on land rule, I believe. The second sentence is that no 2x2 area may be entirely water. But anyway, so that means we've got 2 more water pieces and 2 more land pieces. For whatever that is worth. Yes, that is useful. That is useful, right? There is a 2x2 of water if I don't make this land. Okay. Thank goodness. Okay, so that's got to get to a clue. And so these are a water-sea pair. Is a worthwhile note. Also, this water line doesn't have a clue yet. Right, the island, right, if the island grows this way, that doesn't work, because if the island grows this way, it doesn't get to a clue. So the island has to grow this way, which means that we get that. And so this is water, and so we're in fact sort of forced all the way around here, and we get that. And so now this immediately hits land afterwards. Okay, so this loop now... this can't take this clue anymore. Because if it takes this clue, if this loop continues here, this can't be C, because this path would have a double C. And this can't be land, because that land would be visited twice. So either way, this turns down. Now, I think there's probably a loop problem. I think it could be C in theory, although it can't anymore, I think. Because now if this is C, now it definitely breaks without the weird look ahead we did before. Because if this is C now, then we know it has to hit a land, but there's definitely no way for that to get a clue anymore for the land that it eventually hits. So I think now this really definitely is land. But in general, like if it wasn't for the really tiny bit down here, it could be C touching C as long as the loops didn't connect. But yeah, I think the borders are incredibly misleading, and I think I should not really draw the borders. I think I probably should abandon that practice, because I agree. I think I sort of like misintuited what was happening. When this originally sort of started. If the upper 3 is water, yeah, if the upper 3 is water, then we're immediately going to be forced to do this, because it can't connect to the 5, which is going to force this down here. And now there's no way to make that work, because this 3, Like, this C thing needs a clue, so the clue it gets is the 3, but it's not a 3. I'm going to need to get really good at visualizing what the hell is happening in this puzzle. Because I can see I can see that there's going to be a lot of looking ahead in this. And I think that will become easier as I do it. Oh, there's one more border up here. That's right. Yep. But I think this is going to require me to refine my my look ahead filter a lot. Okay, so hopefully we'll finish the example puzzle. So if the loop comes here, this corner is actually very useful for purposes of forcing the water to come this way. And this water hasn't connected yet either. So that water hasn't connected yet either. So the water has to connect, but this path has to end. Okay, and so this is again a water-land pair. And if that's the water, then this is a land. And that doesn't work. It's a little tricky to see, but if this is water, it breaks, because then that makes this be land. And now this can't be the last land, so this is the last land, but now this water is isolated. So that doesn't work. So this can't be the water part of the water-land pair. So that's the water part of the water-land pair, which then makes that the last land piece. Now the loop here has to go that way, and this water piece doesn't have its thing yet, so we have that. This needs to extend because it can't make a mini loop. So that makes that water, which now makes this land, actually, by the avoid a 2x2 rule. And that has to be land because this land doesn't have a clue yet. This water doesn't have a clue yet, so the loop has to extend and sort of bounce off this corner. This water still doesn't have a clue, so that is there. Now, if I make this water, I force everything below it to be water, and that definitely makes a 2x2, so I can't do that. So that has to be land, but now the water has to connect under here, and indeed the loop has to connect under here. And so we've now finished half of the sample puzzle. If we look at this. So now we have to think about the other half of the example puzzle. Let's see. So what are we meant to think about now? I can certainly think about the fact that one of these is definitely part of land, for what it is worth, because otherwise I've got a 2x2 of water. In fact, I get this is a reachability thing, isn't it? Because one of these is going to have to be island. It's probably going to have to mean the 8 is an island, but and we have a similar thing of this is going to be really long. This definitely can't take the 2 before it takes a C thing. And yeah, this can only connect to a question mark or maybe an 8. Although the 8 seems like it would probably be problematic, but I'm not 100% willing to rule that out yet. And very similarly, this can only connect to the 8 or a question mark. It probably connects to this question mark. That's going to be my guess. I think this is going to be what's forced. Actually, how can this even possibly connect to the 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This can't connect to the 8, actually. It is the wrong parity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the right parity, but I don't think it can connect to the 8 without creating a 2x2 of water. Which is a real problem. Yeah, I think this is going to come there, and I think this is going to come there, is what I think is going to happen. So yeah, if the upper water takes the 8, then that's a huge problem for connectivity reasons. Because everything now, this water needs to come over here and grab this question mark, and that doesn't work at all. So this definitely connects. I'll sort of mark it. This definitely connects there. So that makes this for sure water. And therefore, this water needs to connect there. Oh yeah, I guess I am assuming that that it needs to end on the 8, which it certainly doesn't need to end on the 8. Although I still don't think this can possibly. Well, this still definitely can't possibly take that 8, because that argument didn't involve parity. So this does take that question mark. But yeah, maybe this could do something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't quite figure. Oh, there we go. Could do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be feasible. For this. That's true. The loop always visits the 1. That's a good observation to make. No matter what, the loop definitely visits the 1. Okay, so two directions from this. Sorry, so one direction from this. Oh, maybe not. I don't want to have to exhaustively check every length 8 thing. The fact that it's plausible sort of hurts my soul a little bit. But yeah, the exact one didn't work, but I'm not sure that covering it will super well work. Let's see. So yeah, this is either going to the 8 or the question mark, though. Let's see. Let's see. This 2 being land sure sounds a lot better than it being water to me, but I don't have a great sense of exactly what to do with it yet. So this, I guess, goes either over the 2 or under the 2. If this goes over the 2, I don't know that that's a problem. If it goes under the 2, I also don't know that that's a problem. I I think in both ways, though, this can't be water for 2x2 reasons or other reasons. So if this goes over the 2's definitely land. If this goes under the 2, then if the 2 is water, then that now has to be land, and there's no way it can be for size reasons. So this 2 is definitely land. So I don't have a fantastic articulation of that, but the 2 is definitely land. Again, one of those things where it's like I can argue that it is true, but and convince myself, but I would not want to be forced to write a rigorous argument of that. Okay, so the loop is going to have to come back and visit the 2 after this, right? And so I think the 3 there, if you look at it, these are going to connect in some way. Once these have connected, the only way to get back out of the 2 is to come through the 3, which means the 3 is going to be water. Oh, and I think the 2 is going to have to go here, right? Because I'm going to have to come back and hit. I'm going to have to come back and hit that. In fact, I actually know the loop is going to go straight through this like that if I think about it, I believe. I think that has to be the 2, or that has to be the other cell of the 2, because I need to be able to bounce back from here and only hit one of it. So I can't do that if the 2 goes vertically, right? That's true. This is definitely water. No question about that. Maybe I could do that. Oh, no, maybe I could get away with that, actually. Sorry, the thing. Yeah, I think there's a sneaky way that I could get around it, I think. But this 3 is definitely water. Yeah, does the 4 have to be land? I think it almost assuredly has to be land. So definitely this is connecting to land very soon. Where else could it connect to land, given that it is only 3 long? And the 1 is already too far away. So I think the 4 is land because of that. Okay, and so now this can't come this way. That's way too far to connect to the 4. So actually, this has to connect to the 4 like that. And because we only visit one cell, that means that is water, and that is water, and the next cell is land. And that's it because of the 2x2 rule. So these are all water. So we come through here. And remember, this is how we got here in the first place. Now, from here, I need to immediately go to water, either here or here. But if that's water, my island has 2 clues. So that can't be water. That's land, which forces this here, meaning this is water now. Okay, and then from here, I need to make it to land, but remember that's land as part of the 4. That can't be land because of that, so that is also land as part of the 4. This now can only, well, I guess I could even just say this is a corner if I want. And so that certainly makes the 8 be land. by that. So we get to come over down there. And so now this is connecting to the question mark. This is land, by the way, because of the 2x2. So this can't go up anymore because it would crash into that. So this comes through here. Okay, and so now if this goes down, that goes down, and I create a 2x2 of water. So I can't do that. So that has to do that. Okay, so yeah, so I feel like this is forced, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm possibly going to argue that. Well, this is definitely water. Yeah, if that's water, so this being water is a big problem because this being water forces that to be land. Yeah, so the island can't possibly touch the border. I guess that's the way to say it. If the island touches the border, our boat can't get around. And so if the island can't touch the border, then assuredly the island has to be that, and this has to be that, and we get to do that. Okay, I think we have completed the sample puzzle. Let's see if we agree with Woofer and Jacob about what the solution to the sample puzzle is. We do. And so now we get the regular puzzle, which Isabella has promised us is much easier than the other puzzle. So let's see here. So if this this 9 here being in a corner is interesting, because if this 9 is water, it forces this to be land. And if this 9 is land, it forces this to be water. So there actually is, I know I promised I wouldn't do this, but there really is a bar between these two. Regardless of things. And that's entirely to do with the fact that this is shoved into a corner. Like that. Okay, so which of those do I think is likely? Yeah, I guess the border's a little invisible. I can make it red. I don't think I'm going to be drawing a lot of borders. Like, I don't intend to border everything. Like, these two are in the same whatever it is. So I can sort of start. I don't know whether this 9 is water or not water. But it's something. And it definitely involves both of these. This could be water or land. Oh, this square is really interesting, actually. Oh yeah, this square is super interesting. If the 9 is so the loop just can't come through here is the point. Because if the loop comes through this little square, then we're going to create a 2x2 of water right away. Because if the loop's coming through this square, it's either going that way, which would make all of that water, or it's going that way, making all of that. Oh, no, that's not true, because that could be land. Never mind. I'm not right. At least I don't think I am correct. There's even a clue over here in this corner, just to be super thing. Yeah, water can't connect through here. That is true. So water doesn't connect through here, and water doesn't connect through here, right? So when we're sort of considering how water is going to connect around the grid, oh, no, it really does. It really does mean that water can't connect through there, I think. So Yeah, so when we're considering how water can connect sort of around the sides and through the middle, uh, but not otherwise. If this 4 is water, it definitely connects down for whatever that is worth, because it can't connect to 2 lands. Uh, uh, because then it wouldn't be 4 long. So if this 4 is water, there's a path down there. Is maybe not immediately useful. You too, Ambrose. I mean, one way to think about it, sort of like very roughly, is that this 13 is part of a size 13 omino that doesn't touch any other question marks or clues. Like, ultimately, that's what this is really saying. So, like, this 6, actually, whatever it is, it actually, if you look at where it's sort of trapped, it's not going to take the 9. So this 6, whatever it is, whether it's an island or water, the 6 definitely has to take, actually, a decent amount of this. So I'm going to color the 6 with a different color. Welcome, by the way, to new patron, Matthew Turner. Thank you so much, Matthew. If you're watching, feel free to say hi. We very much appreciate it, but welcome. So this 6, it's not the same thing as the 9 if you consider thing like island or path or whatever, and it's got to get to 6 cells. It can't join any of these others, so it's definitely going to have to take that. Yeah, so it at least takes the cell above it. Now, if it takes both of these cells, it's definitely land. Oh, I guess that does do more damage to the 9, actually, because now the 9 could take 2 cells over there, but now the 9 has to grow over this way. Yeah, now whatever the 1 is, yeah, it's only taking that cell, although keep in mind it could be C touching C. Okay, whatever this 4 is, it also has to grow out at least that far. Is it that this green was a terrible choice? Is it that this 6 just can't possibly be water? Yeah, can the 6 possibly not make a 2x2 or anything like that? Like, if the 6 is water, I can't take all of these because that would be a 2x2 of water. So I would have to take at most 3. I'd need 3 more. There's no way I can do that without bouncing through here. And either way I do that forces a 2x2 of water. Okay, so I am confident to say, this is dangerous, that the 6 is land. Because if the 6 is water, it would be forced to bounce through here in a way that it is not allowed to. And since this touches land, it's not land, it's water. And as previously noted, this 4 can't go both directions, so the 4 definitely connects down. I don't think we said the 6 and 9 are different types. The 6 and 9 might need to be different types, but I'm not sure. But we did not say they were different types. We just said they were different. Okay, so this either comes here and this is land and then comes back right up, or it goes here and then ends up here. I think. Oh, maybe it cuts straight across. Yeah, the 9 and 1 are definitely different types. That is true. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a second. I have returned. Ooh, cake. Cake sounds great. Making the 1 water surely breaks. If the 1 is water, then the 9 has to be land, which means the 4 is also water. Yes, that does not work. Oh, maybe it does, actually, because this could be land that could get, like, that question mark or something, right? I feel like that would be okay. What's true, though, is that this is never part of the 9. Because... Oh, right. Sorry, the water is connected, right? It traps a water cell, right? So the water is connected, right? So the 1 definitely is land. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, if the 1 was water, the problem is that that makes this water be a water by itself. Okay. So this is land, and the 9 is water. That looks lovely, right? Should we just leave it like that? Okay, so yeah, no puddles. So can get rid of that. We can put a blue in here. Now the 9 is the length of a piece of water stuff. And we said that this is all part of the 9. So the 9 actually has to come down this way. Like that, and it has to go therefore through the island like that, because that's now the only option available. It assuredly can't come there. Yes, the 3 is land because I have to avoid a 2x2. Thank you to Garion for pointing that out. So now this is water because I have to separate the land into the 2x2. So that's that. So this is now water because I need to sort of keep those separate. One of those is land, and it's the last land, so that's always water. I can't go from water to water. So therefore I need to do that. I assuredly can't turn up from here, and I can't go into the 3 from here, so I have to go down there like that. This is land because I have to avoid a 2x2, so that's water, and that's land, and that's water. This is land because this doesn't have a clue yet. This is land because if it was water, that would be water too, and it would be a 2x2. Actually, this is also land because the land still hasn't gotten a clue yet, and it's not going to get it if it doesn't grow that way. This 4 isn't done yet, so we actually force this over here. Means this land has to grow over here. This can't take a land in that direction, but it is taking a land next. Regardless. Oh, that needs to be water because otherwise we've created an I don't know what to call it, an inlet or something. We've created a bad thing. So now this has to be the 13, right? Doesn't uniqueness just guarantee this has to be the 13 now because I can't, because otherwise I'd never know whether this was water or not. Puddle is good. Puddle is good. It feels really weird to have that uniqueness deduction there. I bet Naverio was really mad about that. Let's see. Oh, well, this is certainly a corner, so this assuredly turns like that. There we go. Okay, so I certainly can't turn onto the 4. I can't turn onto the 4 from either. Oh, no, I can turn onto the 4 from this side. Right. Oh, no 2x2. Sorry, let's make this easy. No 2x2. I don't need to make this harder than it already is. So we've got that. So this needs to come out here because this doesn't have a clue yet. This 4 does need to get visited eventually. Not there, of course. Okay, now the 6 definitely needs to take that cell. And because otherwise it's capped at 5. And if it's taking that cell, these both need to be part of the 6 because otherwise we have erred. So that's definitely water. And it's a water corner if you want, because of that. Let's see. Okay, this segment. So this water either connects through there or connects sort of out and then around. I mean, this isn't at all a simple loop puzzle, I don't think. I set a loop puzzle. The last puzzle I set was a loop puzzle. Yeah, the connectivity is tricky because of the fact that it alternates land island. I keep catching myself almost saying something that is wrong. Yes, the 9 can't go right though. That is a good spot from Afraid Not. If 9 goes right, then it's forced to turn down, and that makes a 2x2 of water. So we can't do that. So we've got to at least do this. Right. If the water goes right again, we would have exactly the same problem. So let's see. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So probably it's going to go. Well, it can't go this way because it's going to die. It's gonna run into an inlet it can't get out of because it can certainly never get out of this. Can certainly never get out of this island. Oh, uh-oh. Sorry. I have done something horribly wrong, haven't I? Oh no, this end is going to visit the Threeland, right? What did I do? Was it putting that go down? It can connect to the question mark. So this can still go. This definitely can't go that way. I do agree. How are we visiting the Threeland? We have to visit the Threeland with this. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. Because the 9's going to actually loop around through here. I see. Okay, because this now has to be how we visit the Threeland. And so now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what has to happen. Because I definitely can't visit that land. Okay. So this is now all forced. Okay, but forced in a way that I think is unfortunately completely useless. So what are we doing with our lives now? I'm trying to decide if there's a commonality here, because if this is land, then that's definitely water. If this is water, it can't be visited. Because if this is water... Oh, maybe that's not true, actually. Because I know that these are a land-water pair, which is what I'm trying to use now. Not successfully, but I'm trying. So do I maybe have to contemplate that I can't get the water out through here? I don't actually think that matters. But I don't think I can get the water out through here, I think is what we decided earlier. So if I can't get the water out through here, okay, no, I think that I think that actually is the point. Connectivity wise, this piece of water can only connect to the outside through here, is I think the point, because I can't get water out through here any which way without creating a 2x2. The only plausible way would be to make all of that water. But that would definitely break this, which would be land, but would have no clue for the part of the water that came over here. So I think that does indeed make that blue once you think about the exhaustion of clues through here. So I think that's right. So these are all blue, which now makes that for sure land. On that side of the 2. This has to connect to land and can't connect to land there, so it actually has to connect to land here, if you look at it, because the 6 has already been visited. Okay, this blue has to get out at the very least, I can say that much. This blue has to get out, I can say that much. this needs to get to water. This needs to get to a clue. Okay, this needs to either go to water here, water there, water there. Don't immediately see what to do with any of that. Oh, this water segment doesn't have a clue yet. That's a good point. So it certainly can't turn down here. And this 4 assuredly can't get its loop segment in either of these places and can't get its loop segment here. So I think the 4 has to grow and get its loop segment here somehow. Yeah, I think that's the only cell the 4 can plausibly get its loop segment in. And so that is going to look like that. And this is going to come up here like this and then keep going up. And that is going to be land. And this is going to turn because it doesn't have a clue yet either. So that's going to be water. And so this water has to keep going because it still doesn't have a clue yet. This water has to keep going because it doesn't have a clue yet and can't make a mini loop. Oh, yeah, this question mark has to be a land, because if this question mark is not a land... Oh, yeah, this is green to avoid a 2x2, actually. So we've got all of that. Okay, and so now... If this is water, that's water, and this land has no clue, so that doesn't work. So we end up with that. Certainly none of these cells are visited, and that one certainly couldn't be visited. So certainly the land takes this cell and this cell. This cell now could be visited, though. There's a 2x2 over here, J. Dyer points out. Yeah, we need a Zeta 2x2 emote. I'd love a Zeta 2x2 emote. So now, this is now actually forced up, making this blue, and meaning that this blue clue is done. This blue, though, is forced to continue because it doesn't have a clue yet. This doesn't have a clue yet. So now this actually finally gets its clue up here. And so it is ready to go to land when it is needed, but it is not required to do so. This could all be one giant weird island or something. Let's see. This is either going to go there or sort of bend around it, which is maybe bad. Maybe not. Let's see. I do know exactly one of these is land. I guess I know it's that one, kind of. Let's see, and I know one of these is water. Yeah, this means that the 13 is going to be connected to this. So, like, we could get that would be like a very powerful uniqueness deduction that is available. I'm surprised they didn't just make this not part of anything. Like, they could have just made this cell, like, just enlarged this hole a bit. It's not like this hole is symmetric anyway. If they just enlarged this hole, then they wouldn't have needed to do that. I'm sure there's a reason. let's see. It's symmetric with the top one, I suppose. I think I would have. I would definitely have made the hole bigger rather than doing that, but it might have ruined some of the nice stuff that happened in here. Let's see. I do know how alluring symmetry is. Let's see. The uniqueness deduction is a test of the solver's mental strength. Okay, so this water still needs to do a lot of connecting. So there needs to be a lot of water connecting around the edge. So it either needs to connect around here or possibly both. Bye, Franco. Nice to see you around. Let's see. If that was green, it would make this blue for whatever that is worth. I do recall there being a Jacob and Woofer puzzle where there was a really insane global deduction about halfway through the puzzle, which I thought was rude. But so it's possible that there's some insane global deduction here. Yeah, all the passageways need at least a little land. In order to sort of allow that to happen. Yeah, it's very possible I actually did do this one. I will say that doing it doesn't actually feel familiar, even though I have some recollection of something involving like locks around the border like this, and some global deduction like that. But yeah, there does have to be at least a little land in these 2x2s because that is how 2x2s work. Let's see. And yeah, there has to be some water around them. All the different kinds of connectivity in this are interesting. If this is land, then that's what. Yeah, these being a water land pair is interesting. If this is water, then that's water, making the 3 for sure water. This is land, then that's water, making the 3 for sure land. So whether the 3 is water or land does depend on exactly how the water and land end up disposed over here. Yeah, the loop has to go through some of these twice at least. I don't know how many. If that's green, then that's blue. Oh, I see. Okay, so So if the loop does go through one of these corridors, then the point has to do with how the land ends up working. And the loop does have to go through one of the corridors because otherwise we don't end up fully connected, because this needs to connect down here somewhere. Because of the way the middle worked out. And so you can't do this because one of these would have to be land, and then that land would get a water. So the only place that we can double connect is up here, because there's a clue there that lets us do it. And so I think that means that's land, and all of the rest of this is water. Certainly all of that is water. But yeah, this will also be water, because the whole point was to smuggle the loop around through here, right? I just want to quadruple check that I really believe this has to be water and that it can't be land. Yeah, because I need to sort of I'm not actually 100% sure. I know I needed to get the loop around to the various areas. Yeah, I don't know if the water has to connect here. Okay, so the two ends of this loop now, they have to connect up there. How are we getting down here at all, I guess, is the question that I currently have. Because I can see the two ends of this loop can connect to the two ends in here. And these two ends could connect to these two ends. Oh, right, but this is going to have to come down through here. Okay, this is going to come down. The loop is going to get to come down through here. Right. So yeah, so the way I should have done this, I think, is to say between columns 10 and 11, how many loop crossings am I going to get? And said there's currently an odd number, so there can't be an odd number in both the top and the bottom, and so therefore I was going to need a double one in one of those places. That was the point that I needed. That was how I should have articulated that I was going to need this to happen. I do have a good amount of coloring. Now the question is, why can't I make the same argument? Because in this direction, I'm going to have 1 on one side and 0 on the other. But I couldn't do 1 and 0 both vertically and horizontally. If I did 1 and 0 vertically and horizontally, the loop was not going to was not going to do that. So yeah, so one of these is 1 and one of them is 0, is how this ends up working out so that we don't end up breaking parity. This can't be green because it would need to grow, and then it would visit more than one cell. So I agree, that is definitely green. Or sorry, definitely not green, definitely blue. These can't connect to each other. Oh, maybe they could. No, I mean, they're not going to, but I think it's possible. Yeah, row in column 10 needs to find a clue. I agree. So this blue extends because of that. Yeah, because of that piece. Let's see. Oh, avoid a 2x2. Good. This land needs a clue, so that's going to grow. So this blue needs a clue, so that's going to grow across the top like that. This green still needs to grow because it still doesn't have a clue. Oh, and this is already visited, so can't visit it again, so that is going to become water. Now this segment needs a clue, so that's going to be water. I can't connect these, so this has to grow over, and that's going to make that water, which is going to create a 2x2, which is going to force that to be land. This blue still needs a clue, so it's going to grow over like that. This blue still needs a clue, so it's going to bounce through like that. This green still needs a clue, so it's going to come over like that. This blue's surely not taking the 3. So the blue is going to have to grow here. And now, now the world where this is blue doesn't work. Because in the world where this is blue, remember, we go boop, boop, and then connect up, but that doesn't work. So this can't be blue anymore. So that's now green, which now means that's blue, which now means that's green. This now has to go up. This still doesn't have a clue. That still doesn't have a clue, actually. This is forced over here. It doesn't have a clue yet. Can't it go left? Oh. Oh, I think it could go left. Yep, I think it could go left. Well, this green still needs to grow. And so this blue across the top still needs to grow. Oh, right. It doesn't have to go to row 1, column 4, because it could crash into this island. Right. Garion catches another error, because this could crash into here. Right. And this island's already even been visited, so this one, for lots of reasons, this has to keep going over to here. So one of these two is right. It certainly can't take the 4, right? Because the 4, it would be a lie, so it needs to come down. Which means this is still water, actually, which means this is land. And this still needs to grow. Oh, this 3 is done, by the way. So we still know this 3 needs... this 3 needs to connect to land, but it can't connect to land here because this land's already visited. So this 3 needs to connect to land, and the land it connects to is there. Let's see. Jay says if row 5, column 6 goes up, we create a 2x2 of water. Can't we go straight up like that? I don't quite see the issue with that. Oh, this question mark is not on that segment of water. Right. Sorry. In my brain, this was on there, but it is not because it goes through that. Okay, so yeah, so this does not work. So this can't go up, so it has to go left. Okay. Poor clueless water segment. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Yeah, same thing here. If this water goes down, we're going to force the same thing. Because if this water goes down, it's forced to do that. And now this is all water, except now these don't have a clue unless they extend. That doesn't work. So so this does indeed extend here, which is going to get us a 2 by 2, which is going to grow our green bit. The water here needs to grow out because it needs to connect. This green needs to grow out because it doesn't have a clue yet. This doesn't have a clue yet either, so it's forced to grow like that. The row 2 land has gotten its clue. This island is done, so we can make it all sort of full size. Okay, and now this can't go down there. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is, we could just say this is forced like that. And this is done, so it has to grow up, which means this is land. Oh, and it's going to have to be the same land as this land, actually. So just by cluage, this and this are the same island. So this now can't grow to that island. Wait, how is this going to work? Isn't that broken? No. This is just going to connect to that spot is the point. So this can't visit any. This is one island. This can't visit anything except that thing. So so these are both going to be loop. This island is going to grow. This island, or sorry, this sea stream is going to grow out across here. This island is going to grow. This sea stream is going to grow around, which is going to make this island grow and grow, which is going to force that. And now this still needs to connect to something, so it is going to need to do that down around here. And so it still needs to keep going down at least this far. Boop. So we have all of that done over in that quadrant. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So AFK's point is if this cell is blue, it now forces this green to connect through here to get a clue, except now I've created an island that's visited twice. So therefore, that cell is green. Again, this cell could be green, but even if it is, that cell isn't. So therefore, that is green. Now I need to separate the two islands that are apart. This certainly can't take that 4 clue. Oh, this can't come to the island. I know. Can't come to this island anyway. So so that's got to be blue. Right. If this 4 is blue, it connects to another blue clue, so it can't be. So it's got to be green. Okay, so now this can't go up, so it's got to come over here. This green isn't at 4 yet, so it's got to come over here. Funnily enough, no matter which is the fourth cell of this, it always makes this blue. If that's the last green cell, it's impossible to visit this island only once. All right, that's cute. So this is the last green cell. So those are blue. And now the only cell that I can visit only once is this one. And this has got to be on a loop, so we've got to do that. Oh, this water needs to come down because we need to connect the water. Oh, you're right. It does need to visit that one, but it could visit it from below like that. You're right. Good catch to J40, right? It could visit it like that kind of thing. This still needs to grow though. And so it now finishes growing to there, and that's going to force it. And so now this is, notice, a separate island. This island doesn't have a clue yet. This water needs to connect. Now this needs to come over here because of that island growing. And now it does need to come here and here because of all of that. Yes. If this goes, so here's Martin's point. If this goes down, then it creates a 2x2 of water, so it can't. And now if this goes down, it forces this to also go down, and that creates a 2x2 of water. So it can't have that. And indeed, this cell now, if it's water, it forces that to be water, which doesn't work. So now this cell is definitely land. Was my argument wrong? Right. This water needs to get out. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. If this is green, I lock off a bay over here, so that can't be green, which means both of those need to be blue, which means that needs to be green. Now this can't visit this island again, so I've got to blue my way out of here. I still have to keep making sure this water escapes. Okay, this now needs to continue not there, because then it'll never get a clue. So this needs to continue over to here, and continue over to here. If this is blue, that's blue, and that creates multiple 2x2s. So this isn't blue, and now that needs to be blue for connectivity purposes. And that actually forces the way that this needs to go in order to get its clue. Very nice. Let's see. Row 6, column 15. Yeah, the visiting exactly one cell in each island is quite a potent rule. This still needs a clue. And one of these two is land. So whichever of these two is land is going to force land all the way down until it gets to a clue. And whichever of these two is water is going to force water all the way down until it gets to a clue. Let's see, would the 10 be too big? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that doesn't work because of this corner. Is that the point? Because so here is my hypothecation. If this is the one that's land, then the land and water sort of keep pushing each other down. Oh, maybe it could not take the 10, actually. Yeah, it could simply come around here, and then it would be okay. It can't take the 10, but this 10 could be the land. Except the 10 can't be the land, because now the 10 as a land doesn't have a land. I feel like I did not break this the elegant way, because that's pretty messy. But anyway, the point is that's not the way it works. I suspect I was intended to be able to see that more nicely. So my land comes down here. My water comes down around here. So bearing in mind that this needs to go around here. And now 10 is certainly not right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, so this can't be the 10. So this has to keep going. The water assuredly can't take the 1 either, as Jim points out. So the water actually needs to take that cell. So let's see. I'm trying to sort out this 10-1 business. Yeah, if land avoids the 10, then now the 10 is water that definitely has problems. Because does it definitely have problems? The 10 would have had the wrong number of cells as water. The 10 would amusingly have been an 11 if it were water. Which is how I had a good feeling about it, about the clue being a 10. Let's see. If this is water, it certainly forces this land around. Yeah, right. If the 10 is water, the problem is it forces this land around like this. And now the 10 really has nowhere to go. Because it could visit one cell of this, but then it would immediately run into the 1. So yeah, so the 10 is definitely land. Okay, I probably should have been able to see that in my head, but I did not. So this is now a 1 of water. Okay, so if this is not green, then the island is not getting to 10 cells. So that's definitely green, which then makes that green. The 1 can't now go up, so the 1 actually has to go in these two directions, because if the 1 went up, it was going to visit more than one cell of the 10 island. That means both of these are green, and this isn't, because it would connect 2 different islands. This green needs to come over here. I don't know which way this connects just yet, but we have that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I suspect this is going to come down here. If this is blue, the two islands join. If this is blue, remember this is currently only at 7. That forces those two to be green, and now my island has 2 clues. So that's not blue. It is green. And if that is green, that does tell me this needs to go this way. Which then does force, to avoid a mini loop, that this goes this way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 currently. So this can't be water. If this is water now, that water gets out like this. Is that a problem? Maybe not immediately. Would make 2 more greens. Yeah, I don't immediately see a problem with that. Yeah, this assuredly, Nicholas points out, that can't be land. Because if this is land, it forces that to be water, which we cannot do. Because then it creates a puddle. So that's water, and that's water regardless. And so now I've counted this 8 dozen times. That's 8 cells. So now that's always green regardless. Oh, this island hasn't been visited by the loop yet. That is a that seems problematic. Could maybe visit this cell of the loop, maybe, possibly. Sounds incredibly dangerous. So the loop has to take at least row 13, column 14. I don't think I see why. I do see that this loop needs to continue down, for sure. Oh, right. Sorry, because of this clue. I wasn't appreciating this clue. Yeah, the loop needs to get, because this island isn't going much further. That is the point. Okay, yeah, so this island isn't going much further. So the loop is going to get at least to here. And it's always going to come through here as well, right? Even whether it gets to there, yeah, it's got to have to go in and out right here. This can't be green because it's on the loop, so it's blue. Now, if this is blue, this has to be green, and it doesn't work. Because if this is blue, let me just show you. If this is blue, now this is green by 2 by 2, except now this is a segment that doesn't have a clue. So that's not blue. That is green. Which now indeed means that we do that, and this is blue. And this blue has no choice but to continue down like that, which makes that green. This is currently at 9 cells. Connecting through there would make a lot of sense. if this cell is not part of the island, then the island needs to come down here and can't take that 5 either, which then is a disaster. Because this 5 then becomes C, except it's C that's part of a path that definitely visits this island more than once. So that cell's definitely green. I feel like saying that out loud makes it sound more complicated than it was in my head. That at least was one I was able to visualize was going to go very badly. Oh yeah, this blue is not wait, I'm double checking that I believe that. Do I know the blue has to connect over there and doesn't connect around here? Oh, yeah, it literally doesn't connect at the top. It looks like it connects at the top, but it doesn't. Yeah, so the pond that Jay Dyer has identified is that this whole morass is an independent collection of water. And so we need to get it out. Because, yeah, it doesn't connect to the middle or across the top. It looks like it connects across the top to me when I do my sort of like connectivity scanning. The fact that I'm using green for the loop maybe makes it harder to scan for water connectivity for me because it makes it sort of look like stuff. But anyway, yeah, the different shades of blue. Like, I enjoy whatever the pencil puzzle thing is, where it will actually color the different loop segments for you so you can visualize it more easily. It certainly makes it more fun to do those sorts of puzzles. Okay. If this blue is green, or sorry, if this 5 is green, does it do anything except make Casey happy? Don't immediately see a problem with it, although I doubt it works. It doesn't feel like the right answer to me, but like could be. Row 18. Oh, if it's water, the green 5 island is visited twice. Because then yeah, so in the world where this is water, of course this is water, and we have a loop going around here. This would right. And so it's the 2x2 rule. That's the problem. Yeah, the 2x2 rule. That would then be land, except it would be a second visit by the 2x2 rule of all things. So in fact, actually the thing that I said didn't sound good is actually the thing that happens, which is that I get another 5 island sort of sneaking out around here, making that green. The blue still needs to connect. So my green does that. It's done now, so those are blue. This green is done now, so those are blue. And now my 10 needs that cell to get to 10. This island has corralled this piece of loop through there. The only cell I can visit once on this island is this one. Let's see. I do need to make sure I don't create a 2x2 here, but I don't know how much of a problem that's going to be. Let's see. Yeah, and I know I need to get blue out through here, right? Yeah, this island assuredly needs a clue. Seems like it's going to be hard for it to not be that 4, huh? Because if it's not that 4, it's definitely going to need to... It's definitely not that 4 either. So if it's neither of these 4s, it's going to have to come down here and sneak under the 4, and that's going to isolate the water that Jay Dyer identified before. So that just means it is this 4, because it's not that 4 for sure. I just meant this region itself isn't symmetric with itself, not that it's sort of I didn't notice it's sort of like mirrored and reflected up here. Like these regions are symmetric, have 360-degree symmetry by themselves, or I guess 90-degree symmetry by themselves. Okay, well, it's not going to be 4 in size if it doesn't go through there. Okay, so now this needs to get out through... Okay, so anyway, this can't go down anymore, because if this goes down, I can't get this out, because this needs to get out through the 4 island. So this can't also get out through the 4 island in that way. Okay, that doesn't work either, so can't go out through there. So technically, I suppose everything has 360-degree symmetry, huh? Yeah, so there we go. So that now has to crisscross through there. Those are blue. That has to be blue. That has to be blue. This has to escape under here like this. Boy, that being a 4 sure looks nice. If this is green, it's huge. Right. If this is green, right, this doesn't have a clue. If this is green, the green gets forced under, and then this ends up getting taken by that. Thank you. Okay, so that definitely does not work. This still needs a clue, so it needs to go under there. So that is green. The water sort of sneaks under here in some capacity. Sorry, the loop doesn't have to, but the water does. And the 4 can't come all the way back here, or it disconnects. So the 4 does go forward at least a little bit. Right, so this can't be land. So now this is land by avoiding a 2x2. That's land to finish. Okay, so this can't come up there, or it would visit more than one cell in the island. Same there. So it makes it at least this far. Oh, right, it can't visit the island yet, because this doesn't have a clue yet. So it keeps going. Yeah, the water still needs a clue. Okay, whichever of these is the last of the 4. It definitely makes that blue. AFK wants me to note that this is somewhat forced, although I don't quite see how. Yes. If the 4 goes here, there's no way for it to be visited once, is Garian's point. So that is the last cell of the 4. Yeah, so now this is the cell that can be visited once. And it can't be visited by this edge of the loop, because remember, this edge of the loop does not have a clue yet. So we get to blue, blue there, and green there. And now this piece of loop can't connect to there, so it has to connect up to here. Now I can't make a little loop, so this has to connect up there, making that green as well. This doesn't have a clue yet, so that makes that be blue. This green still needs to grow, shockingly. This blue, though, is okay. The award for MVP clue goes to the loop may visit only one cell in each island. I agree. That's very cool. Still no clue for the bottom row, right? So still, this needs to continue. Yes, this is the water in the middle. That hasn't yet connected to anything, so that needs to be blue. Agree about that. Which means this had better get off of the water, so this needs to come here. And now that cell can't be green, I guess is the thing I should have said before. This cell can't be green because it would be 2 green cells on this island. So that cell is green. And so that, by the way, I said this cell can't be green, so I should probably color it blue. So this needs to come over through here. So this needs to be green. So the point is, the point from AFK isn't that this cell, I mean, I guess in a weird way it is. The point is that if this green doesn't take this 4, the 4 is broken. Oh, actually, sorry, let's see. I think Woofer somehow has found a simpler way to do it, which is to note, again, the weird, not quite connected nature of things means that this water still needs to connect. It definitely needs to connect down through there. So that is nice. So now this green is forced to take that clue, which makes that blue, makes these both blue. That blue still needs to come down. That blue needs to come down. Very nice. Okay. So, yeah, the 4 island has to be visited. I know which cell gets visited. Oh, yeah, this, maybe I think the easier thing is this can't go up. This has to go left. Because that would bounce it into this, this thing. I don't think I quite see any combination that doesn't work on the 4. Can this be water? I'd have thunk so. If it was water, it would have to do that. It would make that land. Well, that land's already visited. This land isn't already visited unless they're the same land. Connectivity of water. Right. This water needs to push out through that. There we go. Okay, connectivity of this water. Right, sorry. I was forgetting which water we were talking about. That water, right. Okay, and so now that this is water, it can't go in here because it will break. So that forces that kind of shape. Can't connect directly to there now. For what it is worth. This has to be blue because of the island. There we go. Okay, so this island tells me that cell has to be blue, which now tells me that cell has to be green by the 2x2-age. I remember seeing the connectivity of water in the cinema. Remember back in the day when there were movies in theaters? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the big island still needs to grow for clues, right? Which means that this is blue. This needs to grow for clues now, so that grows. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm counting it. It's gonna go there. Let's see. I know this can't go. Oh, this can't go up or down. It needs to go forwards. I don't know whether this is land or not, but I do know that at least. This still doesn't have a clue, actually. Continuing that saga. I do need to remember that one of these does need to be land. One of the bottom 2x2. Okay, so so I'm trying to articulate here AFK's point about the green. So the big island certainly can't take this because it would entrap that. And the green island can't take this because it would entrap that. And so the only thing the green island can take is this 13. And if I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, means that I certainly need to take these two, and then it's just a question of what else I take. But that does mean those end up blue at the very least. So now ooh, I can't wait to watch the new The Mole. I'm very excited. I watch every version of The Mole I possibly can. It is very very exciting. Oh, right. This is blue because I can't put an extra clue on my my island. Okay, so now I know I need an island to grow down here. It can't be that one, right? Do I disconnect stuff if this island tries to grow like this? I feel like it does, but maybe not. Let's see. Yes, Gilles de Coster is amazing. Is the problem if this is blue? I think if this is blue, it forces this to be green, and that seems like a catastrophe because it's going to have to be. It's going to have to connect to this, and it's going to kill this end of the loop. So I don't know that I have a beautiful argument, but I think this can't be blue because it will make this end of the loop dead end. There's probably a nice way to phrase that. Uh, uh, oh, the 4 still has to be visited, though. I think I should probably say something about the 4. It's like, this can't go that way. If this goes this way, assuredly that's... No, maybe not. Maybe that's not a problem. Maybe it's fine. It still feels to me like every combination with the 4 is possible. Hey, Kodek, how are you doing? Okay, well, this needs to go forward. There's no way this doesn't go forward at the very least. Oh, no, sorry. It could go down as long as that was a 2. Darn it. No, I'm wrong again. It's funny. This either ends up here or there. So am I claiming that's always a loop segment? I think I'm claiming there's always a loop segment here. Because if this comes through here, then there's a loop segment there. If this comes through here, then there's a loop segment here. So yeah, there's always a loop segment here. The 13 islands already been visited, so it can't just come straight down down this column. Row 12, column 3. Turns down, you create a mini loop. You do create a mini loop, you're right, so it doesn't turn down. Good point. And it can't go forward either. Oh, this could still be land, though. Right, sorry. This could still be land. I just know that there's loop here. But anyway, that does actually force that this happens. And then... Oh, this can't go straight up and down. Because if this piece goes straight up and down, I'm forced effectively to connect the loop. Right, okay, so here's the point, actually. Here's how Nicholas is thinking about this, and I think this works very well now. These 2 loop ends need to connect to the loop stuff up here, and the only available way to do that now is through this column. So that's actually going to force a double loop there. For these purposes. Okay, and so now I definitely need to make this island extend, because the thing that Nicholas's loopage has done is to stop my reaching the bottom 2x2 with this island. So this now needs to extend at least twice, makes that blue. And now I certainly need to blue my way around here. Oh, sorry, maybe that's... maybe I don't know about the loop, though. I don't make any claims about the loop yet. In terms of how the loop is actually going to make it around there. Oh, yes, I still need a clue. Right, I do still need a clue. Okay, so I do actually have to do this. And there. And funnily enough, I still need a clue. Okay, so there is... so now... this piece of loop has to go through here and connect there. And so column 1, still everything is blue. This cell now is green because it's the only visitable cell. This cell now is green because of the 2x2 rule. This blue needs to connect. So we do end up with that connection. This blue still needs a clue, funnily enough. And so this is going to run up here, run through there. And now we just have to count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this needs to be green. That was a very lovely puzzle. Even if I have done it before, I don't think I've done it before. Now that I've done it, I don't think I've done it before. But I really enjoyed that. That was the demo puzzle was a little rough. I would not not have given a solving link for the example puzzle there. But the puzzle was really nice. It's always tricky to decide exactly when do I want someone to solve the sample puzzle versus when do I just want to show them a grid so they can understand the rules. Like the picture of the example puzzle was absolutely mandatory. So definitely the inclusion of the picture of the example puzzle 100%. It's always a question of, do I want people to solve the example puzzle? And I think here it's hard to say how much I got out of doing the example puzzle in terms of how much it made this easier, but it felt like it was much more clearly telegraphed what to do in this puzzle in terms of thinking about how stuff sort of happened here. I do think starting to think about things as ominoes was something that I didn't do in the example puzzle, but that was incredibly useful when thinking about this. And I thought that was very cool. It didn't really come up ever again because there weren't any big numbers anywhere else where it was sort of going to be forced. But very cool construction there. I will have to get back into. I haven't done as many Jacob Woofer puzzles recently. I should go back and sort of fix that because I know that they have come out with a number of pencil puzzly things, and those tend to tickle my fancy, especially lately. Solve the U-bonds. I mean, I probably will solve the U-bonds, but I probably won't solve the U-bonds on stream. Because U-bonds do not make fantastic stream puzzles, I must say, in general. But yeah, that was super fun. I really enjoyed that as a rule set. Yeah, it's actually pretty close to what I'm currently sort of futzing with solving, or sorry, with setting. So like there's a lot of similarities between this and the rule set I currently have written down. The version I currently have written down, there's no 2x2s in either color. One color, every cell needs to be visited by the loop, and in the other color, every region needs to be visited, but you can visit any number of cells. It's sort of it's basically when I set 3 of diamonds, if you recall, one of the more ridiculous puzzles I've set, I sort of noted that there was kind of a like pure pencil puzzle genre sort of hiding in the wings. So I'm sort of playing around with that, and I may end up setting it on stream or setting it off stream or whatever, but I've been playing around with that kind of idea. I did really like 3 of diamonds. Yeah, so I'm hoping to do more with that. I also really enjoyed making Philly. I kind of want to do more with that as well. We'll see exactly how it works. But anyway, I am going to wrap up stream there for today. But thank you so much to everyone for hanging out. Really huge thank you. We greatly appreciate it. It's been cool seeing all of you around. Thank you to our new patron. And thank you to everyone who supports the stream, whatever way you do. Even thumbing up the stream is a huge help. Leaving a comment if you're going back and watching these later, that's also a huge help. But if you want to go the extra mile and support the stream financially, we really appreciate that too. You can find all the various ways to do that by clicking the little $sign at the bottom of chat. Or if you want, there's a link to the Patreon in the description if you'd rather not go through Google for whatever ethical, moral reason, or whatever we understand. So thank you so much. Last but not least, big thank you to the Turbines, Daniel, David, Franco, Nell, Nordy, Plonktime, and DDX. Thanks so much, everyone. I'll see you all next time. I'll be streaming again on Friday. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.